Why, hello there. Let's make sure everything's happy real quick. Like that. Good. Oh, internet. Catch up. Don't be a potato today. You need to go there. Get dicky. That's good. This is good. I think we're ready to rock as soon as I get some tunes going. What do we feel like today? I think we want to feel like some of this. Let's see. I want that. And that's not quite what I want either. I'm just gonna do that. All right. Because we got stuff to do. We need to pull out that and this so that we what we got going on here. And then you, I need to put back there, and you here. Okay, so we're building a gym. That's what we're doing. But we'll need this here shortly, I'm sure. All right. We're gonna want to have the database running. That one. I'm sure we'll be running you at some point. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Actually, I need to double check. Yeah, okay. That did decide to wake up, grab a brush, and put on a little makeup. Okay. Resizing, yeah. So we're in gym map for server. We're gonna need also to probably have GoLand ready to rock here. Because we'll be all over the place, kind of as we flesh out systems and things here. So we need you to be in the engine code. All right. And yeah. I left myself a to-do in here, didn't I? It was in the Go. Extraneous comma. Yeah, we found that. So we'll take a look at that right quick. This can be our server tab. We can have a client tab. And we can do a editor tab, right? We're just gonna run with debug for meow. That'll be fine. This is gonna be only in here, so we don't need to worry about that just yet. Let's see. That's gonna be in. It's actually gonna be in character, I think. Because that's where the output gets formatted. Character events? No. This is just the events. I think it's just in character. Color status, yeah, okay. There was a reason we didn't put states in a folder. I can't remember it though at this particular juncture. So there's our reminder for our events that need to be, or our things that need to be popped off. I think that has to actually get moved to something that gets controlled by the server that fires off. It says, hey, everybody update your state. You know, do a tick. Otherwise, I think we get out of sync and things get wonky. That's a problem for future me, though. Notify other action. Right now, we just send it. Character look. We do the character look, right? Yes. The character manager, when this runs, is going to get it. Handles performing look action on another character. Room look. We notify the notification event. Payload is event, which is a room event, which is going to come in. Some of this I think I want to redo, but like this feels like it should be condensed some. We'll think about it later. What we need is to have things working to where we can put testing around this before we really, like end-to-end testing of this stuff, before we can really get crazy with the refactor on it and have certainty that we're doing the correct thing. Whether or not that will become a thing before we just decide to YOLO it, I don't know. We'll see. But beard hair in my mouth. It's going to be the room look. Filter occupants sent to notify subscriber to make sure that we can see them, etc. You get used here. I feel like this... I feel like I'm not happy with this. It's working for now, though. Character notify. So this gets the event. So it is actually the map. Room event. Room look. Map should be the one that's just sending everything, though. Let's go double check that theory, if my recollection is correct or not. Handle event. So the look event gets fired into here. We say cool. We put a look data in. Source ID, location, target tags. Map look. Look event. We give you that. We give you exits. Get ordered exits. Here we go. It is in here. All right. Ordered exit list. This is what puts it in the correct order. There should be testing around this. But it appears there is not. Okay. but there should be. We'll add some. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit more involved. So we're going to do it in a different commit. We're going to still fix it. Let's take this out of... it wasn't there. Let's take this out of main really quick. We know what we need to do. We're going to put it in here as an bug. It's for the server. There is an extraneous leading comma in the output when you have only one exit in a room and do a look. Actually, I think it's probably in both cases. Need to establish testing around ordered exit list in connection go and fix bug. I'll chuck that in there really quick. And we'll spruce that up kind of as a good way to kind of get ramped up here. But we're not going to lose focus on the fact that we want to finish our gym map. And that's going to need some things to happen. We have a couple of little tasks that we need to accomplish. So right now, these are all just very plain. We need an example of, this can be, we can base it on that, that's fine. Actually, no, let's not. A hidden room. This room is gated by a skill check to perceive the entrance, but not the exit. Okay. We can do these manually. So the north is passage back to the anteroom, I guess you could call it. Exit message. Let's say... Oh, actually, hang on. Wait. These should be populating. Okay. Oh, right. Because they're empties. Anteroom. See it clearly now that you have clearly from this side. None. Okay. The enter message is let's just say slides out from a shadow. That way you don't know where they came from. And the exit message is just leaves to the north. That's fine. The enter here is enters from the hidden doorway, the north. Exit message slides into shadows. Let's just say for now. A hidden exit. Or a hidden doorway cleverly concealed in a shady corner. Let's just say. So your spot DC, perception. Uh-oh. I need to fix that. Let's just say it's 15. So this is going to tell us that we don't have any way to do this check yet. So we can't actually use this in the room. But it's there for use in the gym. We did find another bug just now, though. Editor, map editor, tile data, connection form. When setting the, or a DC from none to something, number field isn't apply or activated until changes are applied. So we need to fix that. We need to think about when select an empty connection tile, should we temporarily populate the enter-exit message fields with the default data? I think the answer is probably yes. But we're not going to put that in bugs. It's not really a bug. It's a it's a functionality question, like a UX question, right? We'll need to change things maybe. We also, in doing this, have uncovered a thing. A use case, right? For my gym, I want to make it evident. I'm also going to do that. I want to make it evident that actually, no, I don't want to do that. I want to make it evident that there's an exit here for testing purposes so that I know I'm in the right room to see if I can test that, right? We don't have any, like, items in here. So we're going to have to just put in here is a hidden door to the south that will need a perception of 15, or perception check of 15 to pass. Or to see. Let's save what we got here. Let's do another room here. And actually, I don't care about a template in this case. You are strong enough. Rats. You can enter here. Or you made it in. You can exit freely. Right? So then our connections over here. So the east one is the one that is gated. So do through the very heavy door. And then the exit, we're going to say leaves through the one-way exit door, let's just say. The exit description is next to the very heavy door that you had to lift to open. There is a small one-way door leading back out, let's just say, right? Oh, wait, no. This is east. This is... See, I need to rename these things and make this easier to think about. This is actually down here when we go back west. This is enters through the very heavy door. No, I'm backwards again. Enters through the very heavy door. Heaves aside very heavy door. Enters the passage behind. It slams shut behind them. Exit description: a large, very heavy stone door. And very heavy stone door. Takes a strength. No, this is, I'm still backwards in my head. This is the door leading back out. This has none DCs. Enter message. Enters through so this is going west, or east rather. Enter message. Enters through the heavy stone door with a grunt of effort. This is a very heavy stone door. It'll take a strength check of 15 or higher to enter. So the use DC is actually athletics, but that's fine. Let's do that. Okay, like so. Okay, so we're uncovering a couple things here. And these aren't really bugs. These are things just that we need to build out to account for how we want to use this, right? So in our editor, we need clarify UI around enter exit messages. It's hard to keep straight where what should be where. Map editor. Okay, that's a thing, right? This is done. We did that in a different way with state. That's a thing we'll think about enhancement wise. Undo, that's okay, that's future. Variables, yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a thing we want too. So, like, here, when we said, I guess, behind them, right here, we want to have, like, a template that would say, like, gender or something, maybe, you know, or whatever. Like, maybe, well, obviously, name would be an even more clear one, right? That makes more difference. So that we append the name here, and we're clear that we're adding it to the template. So we got to think about that. Let's actually throw that into this. IE character dot name enters through blah blah. And like, we can go template that, and I believe it already has some provision for that on the server side, but how do we make sure that it's valid on the editor side, right? We don't want to have a case where you write an invalid thing and it doesn't tell you. So I got to think about that some. We need items. So like I was saying, I think I got distracted along the way. This, we're going to let the door tell you what it, because we put that description in the door, on the exit to the west. Or to the east, rather, sorry. Very heavy stone door, right. For the purposes of the gym. This one being hidden, we had to put it in the description of the room, but we shouldn't have to do that. We should be able to put like a signpost in here. So we need items, and they need to go into maps. That's a thing. And let's double check. That's a different thing. I don't know what I was thinking there right now. We'll leave it though. That's for our skill check things. Stacks of taking status effect, all ticket, or just once per effect. Think about that. Items package for managing things in the world. So we have that. Needs to support items being placed in rooms. Support server and UI. Items being placed, or server and editor. Items being placed in rooms. needs to support things like tags so that a sign for example, can't be removed from a room. And other... And we'll just leave it that for now. We could use tags for other things too, I think. Might be helpful as a thing, right? But that's going to get us going as far as the gym goes. Let's save that data. And let's go ahead and... We have a client. Let's run the server. We'll run the client. We'll go ahead and log in here to our guy. So, see an ordinary room to move through. So it was east. Here's our strong door, right? Nope. There we go. Wait. Let me go back to the start here. So east, southeast, and south. There are no... There's no southeasts here. Where the hell am I? East, southeast, and south. I should be at 0, 0 here. Okay, so we have a bug, probably. Let's see. This is going to be the entry room. This is where the player should spawn in the gym at this stage. Okay. Run you. I'm gonna need stock. There we go. Oh, I fat fingered that. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, you know what? No, wait, hang on. No, that's map.json. Did I save my changes? Let's relaunch everything here. Where in the world am I? See the entry room. Okay. But there is no southeast here. That's very empty. Oh, there's a southeast here. It's an empty guy. That's that must be a leftover. Let me exit this. So I initially put this in here, but then I deleted. Oh. What happened there? Why do I have to delete twice? Is it because I hit save or apply? Hang on. apply, save. If I delete and hit save, there's no southeast. If I apply, and then I delete, and then I reapply. Interesting. Okay. So we got a bug. Does it tell us? Okay. All empty. Doesn't get cleared though. Does say empty. Interesting. Oops. Let's reset that. Actually, hang on. Can I can't undo that. Okay. And that's our ticket for the undo button at the map level, probably. Okay. So we got a bug. Deleting the contents of a connection tile and then pressing apply will add an empty connection in at least one room. Reproduce in gym by adding connection between 0, 0 and 1, 1 with a template. Delete or apply. Delete. Apply. 0, 0 should have empty southeast connection. Leave myself the repro steps because that's a little bit weird and wonky and not obvious. Put our QA hat on. All right. But gym creation, I'm happy with at this juncture. So we're going to close the editor. We're going to go ahead and stop the server. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do status over here. Yes. Add a skill or spot DC gated room and a use DC gated room. So we got some works to do. But this works right here. Easy, right? Easy peasy. Alton for now. Delete you, that's fine. I should probably get like Tmux set up for this as we go and start needing to have multiple different tabs open a lot now. It's like a bare minimum of 4, right? One for the main repo to get any changes, one for the server, one for client, one for the editor. Seems like it might be time, and actually a case where that would be useful. Which means I have to remember how to do something that benefits. Delete you. Okay. Branches all done. Let's tackle this entry message stuff first. And then I'm really Wait, no, sorry, this is the wrong one. Let's do the comma one. Hello? There we go. All right. That's going to be in Go. So we're here. We're in ordered exit list. We need... You're in here. You're part of connection. I don't have connection tests yet because a lot of you get tested at the map level, I think. You're all in game map, that's why. So you'd be under map test if you were to exist. But this is really more map specific. So I'm going to add another Go file here for connection. We can just start simple, and this is going to exercise only connection stuff, right? Makes sense to me. Test needs to be capital. Test ordered exit lists. So we need for this fella here some test connections. Probably want... Well, hang on. Let's think here. What project are you working on? I don't know your channel. I'm working on my Mud server. Mud engine. So... I guess I should change the title because it's not the editor today. It's everything today. But yeah. Where was I? So we could maybe do this as a table driven test. Don't know that I want to though. I generally don't like them that much. I think because we need to make a bunch of different connection objects if we do that, I think it's actually even easier to not do that. Although we could just make them and then combine them. Let's see here, ordered exit list. Room exit. Default exit print order. Which is that. This is actually not what we've been doing in the editor. We're going to amend that. Northwest is at the end. I believe. Let's double check that. We want to keep that all the same. That's going to be in coordinates. North, northeast, east, yeah. Compass vectors. So we're going to do the same over here. North, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, northwest. Perfect. Okay. These are spelled wrong. We'll fix that later, though. They shouldn't be capitalized like that. They need to be capitalized for this because they're public, but we'll just do a commit only for that after we get done here. So we go through here. We have our exits at the cardinal direction. Because you're a map, right? That's why we're ordering you. Only append this if we have a requirement to spot the exit. Okay, because I'm building the event here. This is actually not where this is coming from. We append you like so. Okay. So actually, this isn't needed. Well, we'll leave it here for a second. I might need it still. Ooh, actually, hang on. Restore. Stage. This goes back there. This is just going to be... just so that is kind of isolated off. So we get the event, which means we need to go back to map. So we've got our ordered exits. We put you into the room data update struct. So we send you coordinates, target tile, verbose description, and the exits. We shoot off a notify event. So when it gets time, well, no, these are async, right? Dispatch message, yeah. Dispatch message. We send you in. That's going to come into the character. Let's tidy some of this up. We got too many things open right now. Character manager. I want to clean some of this up too. Handle event. That's those guys. Create on stow, display info, reload configs, internal to character, attributes, all to do with our loading stuff. Apply effect, remove, decrement. I feel like character's doing too much here. It's gonna just come into notify, I believe. Room data, yeah, okay. If it's a room data, we're telling everybody about it. There's a room event. Because we got to tell the player that entered, but also anybody else in the room. That's right. We did this so that we could avoid circular imports. I remember that now. So room look ends up getting fired. We notify a look event happened with the event, which is the room event we passed in here. And room event data. Event data is what we got. Let's get out of there. Dispatch comes in. So room data has the exits. Room data, room event. The data, event data is what we got. Payload is the room event. We send, notify. So this is going to happen when we pull that out. Remembering stuff I wrote months and months and months ago. Broadcast message. It's going to be up here, right? That's where the notify happens. No. No, notify. Okay, notify is in our... That's right. Okay. That just gets the event to whatever's controlling the character. Yes. So, we have bound to the character as a client. It's in client handler. Send message. Listen and forward events. Case, here we go. Build exit message for the character exit, character enter. Look event. Room look message. Okay. This is in the playing game state, right? Because it needs to run through the state machine to figure out what the character is doing. I remember it now. So we get our room event. We write the string, the long description, cool. Build occupant text if there's any, add the line break. Build exit text. Exit text. Let's get out of here for now. Oh, it's fine for now. We don't have tests around you yet. But it's going to be here. Right here is our boog. Okay, but that's fine. And our testing for client state has been historically kind of the same deal. We're going to delete this. We don't need this right now. Our testing for client state has historically been done at the main level for the most part because we simulate the login and all that. But for this, we're going to need hang on. Y'all are in the same package because there was some reason. something we couldn't do nicely without putting you in the same package. It doesn't really matter. We can still test some things in here. That's fine. Okay. Test. It was build. Look event. Wait. Room event, right? Ready. Yeah, it's got to be here. This is the sending. This is the doing. Build exit message. Here we go. Why are you in here? Because you are... Okay, yeah. You only get built character exit. Wait. That's not true either, is it? Exit text. It's exit text. There we go. Because you get used by intermessage and room lock message. Okay, yes. And that's why we kind of started breaking this stuff out, so that we have the ability to test these things. We just didn't do it yet. So we need a list of room exit, because that's what gets fed in here. Fill the fields. Direction cardinal. So let's do north. Nil checks is fine for this. Northeast. And actually, we can just kind of omit this stuff. This is used for figuring out... Should have... North, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, northwest. I want to make sure. Look message. Occupants. Write the string of this. Room data exits. Why don't you have... I gotta clean some of this stuff up. This is kind of hard to work with. We gotta spend some time looking at it here in a little while. And simplifying things, right? But for right meow, we expect build exit text, test exit list, right? Expected is gonna be there are exits leading, and then I think these are spelled out. Exit direction string. These are correct. All right, cool. North, northeast, east, south, southwest, west, and northwest. And I'm in the wrong syntax in my brain, so if the result is not equal to expected, test error, error F, bad, exit string, got this string, wanted this string, we got result we wanted, expected. Okay. So this should pass. This should be all correct. Sanity check. It's not. There are exits leading. North, northeast, east, south. Oh, southeast. I forgot southeast. Yep. Wait, north, northeast, east, southeast, south. Yeah, okay. I am dumb and I didn't pay attention to my own message. There we go. Perfect. Now we're going to have basically the same thing, except we're going to say only index is greater than 0. If it's only one entry, I believe, is where we're going to see the problem. Or one exit. So it shouldn't matter which it is. So we are going to expect to see only north here. But it's going to give me a comma and then north. No. What was the case where we saw that then? It's from the server. What in the world happened there? Oh, I bet you that was our wonky not real connection. There we go. East and south. East, south, and west. Okay, so that's all busted. Exits leading and west. Okay. Oh. Is it because we can't see it? Look message. Frame data exits. Where? Where do I do that filter? Build room look message only gets used here. This should be filtered at the character level. Did I put... New look. Broadcast. Hang on. It could also be that this was the first index and that was our problem. Now that I think about it. No, it's not. Interesting. Build room look. That makes me feel like there is... like there must be some kind of... like an empty element in the list in the real one. But... build exit text. Pocket message. Exits. When we build this, do the map look. Thinking about my event system. get our exits and we put them in, and we put them into the event, right? Then our character manager is going to see that event happen, because it's going to go through the game manager and come out or get broadcast. Either way, synchronous or asynchronous, either way, something's going to get it into here. We don't need to know or care right now. It's a character look event, so we handle the character look. We make sure that this character is in our list. And to get to a place where you understand what's actually going on. Handle event. Would it be a notify character? Yes. Room data. Servers, missing IDs. Room data is event data. There's no filtering happening here. We do the room look here. Again, there's no filtering. We notify the room look. It's a look event. That goes to the client handler, though. Or not client handler. Yeah, client handler. Because you are the one. Look event, build room look message. Build exit text. Okay, so I transitioned into this room without being able to needing to do the check, right? Because there's no machinery in place to stop me right now. There's no filtering happening. I'm very confused. Why do you end up? How do you end up? Too many things. Okay. We're going to exit the client really quick. We're going to stop that. I want to be in here in debug. And I believe we still have everything wired up to be able to debug this easy. No? Config server.json, no such file or directory. That's not true. Config server.json. You're right there. Is this because... Oh, I remember this now. You. Where does this start in when I run into debug? Code Mongoose engine. Ah, because you need to look in server, not the root of the thing. Config directory, config, and we don't have the ability to pass in just yet a path. So that's something we need to do sooner rather than later so that we don't run into this problem. Let's throw ourselves in. Oop, forgot to turn that off. Or to silent, rather. You, too. There we go. What was I doing? Yes, I was doing server set up flags or something. We can run the server in debug from the IDE easily for development. That's going to be a pretty big thing we need to get done for usability. I think I can still attach to a running. I gotta remember how to do it. Oh, where was the button in here? Maybe that was a Flutter thing I'm thinking of. I should still be able to attach though. It's running Delve under the hood. Click run attached process. Okay, so if I start the server over here, that's not going to be. Run attached process. Here we go. Go PS and go path. Local. Why can't you find go PS? Okay. Invoke it. Sure. Do that. It's not up here. That's my problem. It's up here. There we go. And then you here could not. Ugh. Let me make sure that was the right process. We'll try the other one first before we get too mad about it. Nope, still can't. Okay. Tell me more about this. The answer is I should just stop being lazy and set this up properly, but E-trace operation not permitted. I don't want to make this change permanently. I want it to be a thing I turn off and on. Okay, I'm not going to mess with this. I don't want to make permanent changes like that. I don't want to circumvent kernel hardening, right? And leave it. We're going to do this instead. For the sake of getting us going before we fix it, because that's going to be another branch. What am I going to do? Where were we again? We were in just the engine. So load config directory. We could just do an absolute path here. It's not to have an extraneous space though. That should get us, oops. No? Oh, duh. Okay, hang on. You need to go away. I need to type the right path. There. Find address already in use. Oh yes, because we started you, so we'll stop you. Like so. Okay, now we can do what I wanted to do. Okay, we've got our breakpoint set. We need to go log in. And do our look. Okay, so this one should be working correctly. So we have our event that has come in. We have our ID. That's us. Why did I give it an ID? Occupant text. Oh, so that I don't look at myself, right? Yes, that makes sense. Room data, exits. There are 2. And they have directions. Okay. So then when we get to here, our buffer, and we return the room look to the client. And that's correct. Makes sense. That's what we see coming out. But if we go right here, okay. That didn't engage look message. So we've got multiple places where this gets built. Oh, that makes sense because we're not breaking in here. Okay. So our exits are just 0. Just 1. It should be happening here. Like, that's not the mystery. Why doesn't this reproduce it is what I'm confused by. Do you again. Actually, if I go back west, yeah, it'll engage this. The same code path for this part gets engaged on the move in as well. Because it does a check of the exits just to give you a quick look around. If I go back to the east, this is our one that only has the 1. To the west, greater than 0. I can't move that, can I? Like, that makes sense. Build exit text. Okay, so we're done with this for a second. Exit you. Stop this. That's fine. Debug this. Does add it. So why doesn't it fail? Wait. It does fail. Oh my gosh, was I running the wrong test the whole time there? Am I that stupid? Oh my gosh. I think I was. Because I didn't run the main. So if I go... and do that, and I do this, then it adds it to the list, right? Yes. But if I was only running this, did I do that? I might. I would have to go look. I bet you I did, though. I just spent... I guess I spent a bunch of time revisiting old code to encounter that it isn't great and I need to fix it. So there's that value at least. But I think I just totally screwed myself. That's fine. We can reproduce it in the test now. So... that should now fix it. There we go. That's all I wanted, was just to make sure that I tested correctly. Oh my gosh. Let's do another here. Two exits. So we'll do west and I don't know. South. Sure. That is what we want. And that's what we get. Perfect. Okay. So let's go ahead. Yes. Add testing around the build exit string method. Fix extraneous text in message. Okay. And then we're going to go fix this just while we're here because it's bothering me. It was in... well, it's everywhere technically. It's in here. You're just not named correctly. southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest. I gotta do it eventually. I'm gonna do it now. Server. I should do that just to make sure we run them all, make sure nothing got broken along the way. Good. Exactly as expected. I want to make sure I also spot where's the client handler? Oh, match no packages. Gotta remember. I'm 99% certain that this should be engaging our new test. I just want to make sure. Verbose? Yes. Okay, good. Good, good. So. Just to be a pedantic pain in my own butt. I probably scrolled off. Just plunk you into an output. And then it was test not finding really. These aren't my results. There's a problem with that. This is the console. Oh, it should be in there. Oop. That's not what I wanted. There you are. Okay, yeah, you do get run as part of the whole thing. It only shows in the package, but that's fine. Just as long as it's engaging them like I was suspicious it was. I'm happy with that. That's all good. Correct spelling of diagonal, cardinal directions. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. I don't need that anymore. We're going to merge this because we've fixed the issue that we made for ourselves. That's fine. Merge that. Confirm that. Delete that. You can be done, meow. We're gonna correct this though, just for comes from the client handler exit message builder. Add testing around it and fix. Because that's what we actually found when we went in there and completed our looking. Okay. So we do have all this other stuff that we do need to take a look at, but we have some stuff piling up that I don't like. So as we just kind of went on a tour through the world here, it became really clear that this character stuff is really hard to work with. So we don't want that. We have to think about how are we going to improve that? We were trying to avoid just a regular old message bus. And we kind of had some extra stuff come into the play here. And now is going to be the time, I think, to refine this, because we don't have a bunch of extra functionality yet. We don't have the ability to exercise our DCs or anything yet. And if we add them, then we have to add them within the system that we have currently, right? So if we change things, then it could break them, depending. It spirals out of control. So now is the time to fix these things, I think. So we got to think about some stuff. We have, that is not. Blank one, please. Okay. Right meow. That's not the right box. It's not the right box either. Where are your... Gotta remember how to use draw IO now. List item, container. There we go. So we have game manager in here. Meow. I want you up here so I can reuse you. This kind of sits in here. We have client handler. Connections come into client handler. I haven't used draw IO in too long. I forgot how to use that too. To move the whole thing, not the middle. Was it? Ugh, whatever. Get over here. You get over here. You get over there. Quite frank. Well, no. Okay, there we go. So connections come into client handler. In the game manager, we have stuff happening. On this side of the world, we have a character. You binds to the notification channel. The idea here being And we're going to kind of use this as like internal, external type of deal. You're aware that this is existent. You are not implemented, and I'm going to drag you up here so I can use you my scratch pad. Okay, so we have the idea of an NPC, but it's not existed yet. I don't know if I want to arrow there. This is actually just not implemented, could be character. And then we have a NPC controller not implemented. Which would theoretically also bind. I don't want to do that. I want just make you a little room. No, not all of you, please. Like this. This is the idea here, right? And then this is aware of both of these things. So both of them, in theory, bind to the notification channel here of this object. Also within the server, things that do exist. Map controller, really. So we need a couple things to happen here. We need to be able to let's do this. Let's not do this. Let's do this. This has a dispatcher. Like so. That is sure. Oh, not an arrow. You live in there. So, what we do currently that was annoying. We need to make a little bit of room on both sides here. Oop. All of you, please. A little bit of breathing room. What we do currently is, and let's also save this before I forget. You need to go into, we're going to put you in the repo for now. Ba, 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 ba. In here. Architecture. There we go. Just double check. Yeah, okay. I guess, yeah, that's fine. I'm thinking about kind of like internal versus external. Character's technically internal, but like conceptually you're bound to here. Either way, game manager knows about you. When you do a look action, let's just say, right now, if memory serves, we go into the dispatcher, we add ourselves to the list, or we get added to the list. that was... Oh my gosh. Right? Why don't you have the thing you're supposed to have? You just don't have a... Whatever. So you do a look. The game manager dispatches that out to the map controller, which then dispatches the result as a message. And this can be any kind of a thing. Let's do... something like this instead. Prevent things from getting too messy. So, look gets dispatched, look result comes back, and then look result comes back. And the character decides, hey, what do I do with this message, right? And it runs through the game manager for things that should be synchronous and things that should be not. And if I'm not mistaken, that's actually controlled by game manager itself. What have I... Oh, yeah. Fat fingered while I was trying to do my window. Game manager here. Event queue. Game events event. MTD, all that. Create account, create character. Listen for events. Listening for events on message bus. We add the event. So if it's a if it's a synchronous action. So I guess it depends on what we get fed, which is set up here. Okay, so yeah, we kind of are the arbiter of what happens here. So we either add the event to the action queue, or we just directly handle it, so we dispatch it to whoever has told us, registered with us, and told us that we can tell, or that it can handle these events. What am I making? A mud engine. Mud server. So I think that's all fine. That seems reasonable to me, because we can't have circular imports. That's just not allowed. It's verboten. The breakdown is happening. The confusion is happening at sort of this box here, right? Where it gets muddy as we go into the character controller, which a character has. Well, no, actually, that's a lie. So we need to update. We need to refresh our memory on that part. Character manager. We're going to collapse these really quick. And have a little looky look at what we're doing here, because I think this might be the problem. Because we don't want to cache, or, you know, I say cache, but like we don't want to store stale state and stuff like that, right? So when we enter a room, the map is responsible for broadcasting and saying, hey, this character entered this room. And this character gets that event and says, hey, that's me. I notify my listener. Or it's not me. I notify my listener either way, right? And I was trying to put most of the logic in the character because I don't want to care who the handler is, who's attached to you. All I care is that you're here and you're active. And I'm letting you drive what the correct way to handle these events are. I've told you about them. Do your thing, right? So the further into this I go, the more I remember why I did things this way, which may or may not be a good thing. Okay, so we have our config, right? Yes, that's pretty standard for me. I like my configs. We create EU. Active characters, yes. Okay, so active characters come in. So do I want... You're all in the same package, which is kind of not ideal. It's kind of becoming messy. I don't think we gain a lot by moving it out, though. Because then we'd have to... wrap things like this or expose that, which wouldn't be the end of the world, I suppose. Maybe. We'll think about that. This is all like unpacking, getting things set up and ready. Which arguably could be like in an init or something, but you gotta be careful about circular imports. Let's see here. Apply damage, apply effect. Things like this. So we have to get you out of our active characters and apply. And this is just a convenience. Yeah. And then apply effect. Why did I break these out into two? Health change event, target an amount versus... Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. But really, this just should be passing through this stuff. So right now, this is too separate. We need to condense some of this stuff. And like a handle remove effect. It's also a status effect. Like these are samey, right? But we're applying different. We got to also kind of consider, okay. So right meow. It's really more like character manager. Is how these guys get connected. And then character manager, let's double check here. So when I do like a look, for example, let's go to the character level. Because something needs to initiate the look, which is the controller. So like room look. This is for handling a room look, though. So it's actually going to be in the client handlers where we need to start. So we have parsed our command connection. Send message. That goes to my client account. It gets handled by the state is what happens now. That's why we put you in here so that we can split out our stuff. Because it doesn't have any... Like, if you're not logged in, a look event can't come from you. There should be no way for you to handle it. So handle message. Okay, we unmarshal you. And if there's an error, we send it. Unmarshal. Trim the contents. If you're a client input, we figure out what to do with you. If it's a text, then we parse it, which everything should come in as a text that isn't like this ready message that says, "Hey, I'm spawned in. I'm ready to spawn in." Which arguably we might even put into a different state, except for then we'd have to handle. That's why you're in here, because we have to bind to you and everything, so it's easier just to have you in there. So if it's not a ready message, then we say, hey, we're in the text land here. Parse the input. we figure out what sort of thing is happening here. It's a look event. Great. Character, do look. We go to character, do look. We build up the message and we broadcast it, which dispatches it. Message broker, broadcast topic. Right. The only thing listening to this should be, okay, the game manager, right? Message broker, broadcast topic. Go back a step here. Message is a broker message. Type data response topic. We don't have a response topic registered yet because we don't listen to that. We let character manager tell us what we should be doing. Go back, do look, broadcast message, new message. Okay. So it's a message broker, create a look event. Right. Create, update, delete, select, reply, broadcast. This should probably be a broadcast. Oh, no, it's not because it's a look event, right? We're creating a look event. I guess that makes sense, right? So our game manager... Let's collapse you really quick. This is character. Game manager. Let's just get you tidied up really quick. Okay. Handle event. Event handlers type. This is for handling things. Listen for events. On the message bus. We get the data. Execution type. So let's put you over here. Hi there, Mr. Mongoose. Working hard or hardly working? I'm hardly working hard. How's it going today, Crusher? I'm reacquainting myself with my past decisions from way too long ago now. And figuring out how we can clean up some of this server code for getting actions to happen and be managed correctly. Okay, so we did a create message for you or from you for like a do look, and we put a look event into it. Game manager. How did we figure out? This sets itself, right? Returns a new event, look action. It has a source, a location, and target tags. And we have a tag list. It should be empty unless playing game state. Do look tag list if our parse data has a list of strings. Right, okay, I remember that now. Kind of. Because if it's a look, parse a look command gets the tags out. Happens to me. Start from one set of assumptions, then as the project grows, the assumptions need to be reassessed. Yep. Pretty normal. Um, right. So we figured out that we had a look token. So this parses that list, passes it on. Says these are the things that you're looking for. We don't have anything restricting you from looking at more than one thing right now. I don't know if we care or not. Maybe. Either way, we do our look. We send you on. We broadcast that message. You take my tags. You give me a new event, look event. New event is just defaulted to synchronous action. Okay. So that's where that gets controlled. It seems like that should be a decision that Game Manager makes, but let's continue our reacclimation, reacquaintancing, reintroduction, whatever you want to call that. I need a beverage. I'll be right back. Delicious beverage. And blurry camera. All right, we'll fix you. You were doing so well today, too. You. Back to you. You crash. That's cool. We'll fix ya. Fix you real good. Here we go. Okay. So we end up broadcasting this thing that's set to be synchronous or asynchronous. The game manager, there you are, will either add it to the queue or handle it directly. Handle it directly basically just means I'm going to say, who handles this kind of thing? Deal with it. This is used for like replies and things. That way we don't have to have like a second message broker channel or anything like that. We just directly say, here you go, as we get them. The other things like, you know, the order of operations of who looked and who attacked and all that run through synchronously. So first come, first serve, get it done. In the run action queue, which still uses handle event, it's just the order of operations. That makes sense to me, right? I think that's good. So if we look at our diagram here, let's save you until we forget, or before we forget, rather. Okay, so character broadcasts. Yeah, okay. So this look really goes to, I need better icons, I think. Here we go. Or not icons, but better these guys. Let's do something like this. Was it... Oop, nope. R? No. I can't remember how to use draw IO. Every time I, like, use it, I remember, I relearn it, and then I forget. Where's my rotate? Thought it was just like R or something, but it's not. Whatever. Here. You, up here. You're gonna be... message bus. Like so. And you... Yeah, we can put you up here. It's fine. Direct call. We're gonna tidy this up a little bit. Okay, so let's clean this up a little bit. There we go. All right. So we have a character manager, and we're going to put you kind of in here in our conceptually internal sort of place. Like you live inside the fence. Technically, you do as well. So we can put you up there, I guess. And we could even do like there's not really a... because technically this is internal too. It's just conceptually it comes from outside. This is controlled by the user, not the server, basically, is what we're trying to do here. So I guess we could say that there's a boundary here for just make it a little wider there. This is like an input processing boundary. I don't know how you would, I don't know what you would call that really. But let's do another one. I just want to kind of communicate the idea that to future me, when I'm rereading this, that these kind of operate independent of what's going on over here. So the like where things come from, where they go to is clearer. All right, let's go back here. So we parse the command and then we send it. This says, hey, I'm a look event, do the look. Create it, broadcast it. That becomes... we can put you over here, I guess. That becomes a broadcast. Like this. That's not the way to do that. How do I want to visually represent this to myself? I guess we can just do this. like so. Look action gets broadcast like so. We can put you over here somewhere, I guess. Like that. A look action, for example, in the game manager, we decided that was synchronous, correct? It's a new look, new event, look event, synchronous. Yes, it is synchronous. So, comes from the character, goes into the message bus, game manager picks it up. It's synchronous, so it adds it to the queue. So to represent that to myself, I guess I could just say do like this. There we go. Finally some Go code. Yeah. It's very exciting. That was... Oh, you can't go in. Okay. Fine, then be that way. It's not really... It should be this way around. And that doesn't make... Okay, whatever. I think there's a setting for that, but that's okay. So we add you to the queue. You get dispatched to... So we'll say... you can come out at... Actually, we already have... No, it's fine. So... Look action. Sent to registered handlers for that action map. From the game manager itself. Okay, perfect. Map then. Game map. In map itself should have a handle events because an event handler interface dictates that A, you tell me what you can handle, and B, you have the handle event function. Right? We just fold these things so we can have a better overall view. I also need to get these, like the functions exist to hot reload things. I need to get them wired up. Figure out how I want to do that. Okay. Handle events like so. If it's a move, we do stuff. If it's a look, we do other stuff. Specifically, we do the look. So we figure where I'm at, which is where comes in from the look event itself, right? Event data, game events, look data. Yeah, look data, which we built into look data, source ID, location, and tags. Okay, perfect. We figure out what our exits are that exist in this room. That's fine. We start building the update, and then we fire off a character notify event. This goes into dispatch message. It's just a broadcast. Okay, that's right. I'll remember that now. So our message bus let's do that. Let's do this. You live there. You live there, why not? I would like you to like have arrows, but oh, that's that side. Okay, yes, I remember this now. It's that, and then this side is the arrow. Perfect. Let's fix that up really quick. Arrow goes there. Arrow goes here. Oh, other way around. Arrow goes there. Arrow goes there. Arrow goes there. Now that that's more clear, let's move this down here. Say, hey, you get added to the queue. It's annoying. There. Added to the queue. Register handles over that action map. And so far we have yet to touch character manager. Let's just scoot you up here a little bit. Now, map is going to broadcast back some stuff. It's going to say, probably need to move you for this. And that's going to be that. It's going to be that. Label you. Look result. Broadcast back. Just broadcast. And this, I believe, should be async. It's not ordered exits, notify event. We don't wait for the next tick to send it back. We just send it whenever we get it. Synchronous action. No, it is synchronous. Oh, because you're a character notify. Wondering if there's any meaningful difference that we should be. Should we even have the immediate async actions? And I remember exactly why we do this synchronous, because we want that update to be correct for the current state. If somebody enters the room on the next tick, oh well. But in this current tick that we're in, we sent the information back. They'll get notified. And if that enter happened after, they would get, like, as we're going through the list, if it happened after, they'd get the notification that they entered anyway. I think we're okay there. Anyway, so we send it back. Now, in-game manager, we're going to do the same things. You're going to get dispatched. And this actually is going to come from, I should put this here, because this is done on the run. So no. whatever. Okay, so we broadcast that back on the message bus because this guy is going to end up calling the handler, character notify event, game manager. Let's close these guys really quick. It's going to handle this fella. Because it's synchronous, gets added, it'll get called. If I'm not mistaken, character manager handles character notifications. And this might just be a case of where we end up saying, this all makes good sense. We just need to make it easier to work with in like a organizing the code way. So you expose handle event. It's a notify character, right? Right. Notify character, yes. So, notify character, we handle character notify. We have the notion of whether or not this is a private. In use case I'm aware of for a public notify event that is a string. This is left because if we change that in the future, we don't want to accidentally break stuff. Okay, yes, good. Thank you, past me, for explaining that. So if it's a string, then we're getting some other notification back. But in this case, it's a room data. So we get our active list of active characters to make sure you're still there. Look event happens. We build that. Say this is the topic. These are my observers in the event data. Room data might not be a good. So this exists to translate between external and internal events, more or less. So we got a room data. So like this is just a generic event. We pass along the payload. But this is a room event. The topic is us, basically. Or like the person that initiated it. I don't know if topic is a good. In fact, I'm certain it's not a good name because it's already hard to think about. That should really be like source. I think. But I'm sure I did this for a reason, so I'll have to think about that a little bit. Observers is whoever's in the room. And then the event data is what we got. Right? Event data. Yeah. It's our payload here. Event data. Notify event data. So then we call character. Okay, so. Once again, this guy ends up being a direct call. He... Let's get that over here. Character notify sent to registered handlers for that event, character manager. Okay. Character manager will translate, and I'm going to get this out like so, because we haven't really done that yet. This is actually a two-way arrow here because we bind, and it is both ways. So we pass along information we get from the server or in this case, the character manager, and we also are responsible for saying, hey, I did a thing. Like so. Let's kind of line these guys up a little bit better. Which I can't do blind. There we go. All right. Register handles for that event, character manager. You do a character room look directly on this character. So that's a direct call. And we'll say, there's a hero there. You here translate to character event, send to characters as appropriate. Translate look notification. Now for a look, the other characters don't really get a ton of information, I don't think, but the idea is that this would be generic enough to use for other kinds of events as well. And you're just a tiny bit off. There we go. So it would go to both. Like so. And then the character will take the event. In this case, it says, okay, cool, I'm an event. It's this kind of event. Why didn't I just pass that along? Why did I feel the need to do that? You're a room event here. Game events, event type. This is our shim that just notifies whoever's listening to whoever's connected to that character. Okay? Makes sense. But then in character, we need to have this is all of our loading ourselves and all that. We need to condense some of this status effect stuff, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Things like do look. Right, that comes from here because this is translating between. This is okay. So this is where that boundary lies, right? So that whoever's doing whatever to this thing, call do look, whether that be our stateful connection here or something that's like as simple as like just a switch case that says if player enters, attack them or whatever, right? That's why this is confusing. It's because there is a disconnect exactly where I became disconnected. I was like, wait a minute, where are things running? Because there is one. That's why. The notify connects in the one way. The other way is that people just call the methods on here, right? Okay. So it exists to sort of simplify my life. It's just a little bit confusing when I haven't looked at it in 6 months. But that does make sense still. So notify comes back to this. That's going to come into our what listens. It's not message broker. We're done with all of that, I think. It's client handler. I think. Listen and forward events. Character listen to events. Send response. It's my end of line, new line. So where did we end up from? Notify. Notify comes in here. Right here. It's this asynchronous function here. Right, because we set this up and then this is our forward loop, essentially. So anytime we get a message in, we decide what to do with it. So in this case, it's a look event. So I build, okay, yeah. From here, okay, so our border of where skill checks and things need to happen is here. This needs to handle all of it. Everything else is just going to go ahead and dispatch our events back out, essentially. And in this case, like, we're handling our formatting and stuff, but that's why we have these separate events here, because we want to be able to make decisions in the AI, whatever we make for a NPC AI about what happened. So a room event or a character event, which I don't think we use. Name starts with package name. What? No, we do use you. Character test, character. So like a character look uses that. Stateful look action. Return the data here as appropriate. State handles the skill check. Okay. So state we need to do for stuff. Hidden characters on both sides of the equation. Because we do need to be able to say, and I believe that happens within Character Manager, or it should. Well, no, that's not true. It needs to happen in here. Because this is still sort of, you know, on the inside of the processing boundary here. And then it notifies its controller of whatever it comes up with. This may need to get simplified some. This feels messy. Message event type. We have a default. And then we send the message to the client. Whatever we decided, whatever we assembled along the way here. And I gotta figure out what I want to do about logging too. So this is where all of our formatting happens. Okay, that makes sense. And this, okay, so it's when we're stateful, that makes sense too, because you can't have an enter message if you're not connected. So this does make sense that it would be in the playing game state. It knows how to build these messages. It's irrelevant in any place else or any other way. This being in the client handler package. Yeah, okay. So, transient look notification, character event, send to characters as appropriate. There's really an intermediary step here in that we have playing game state. And this arrow is also bidirectional in the sense that it sort of acts as our intermediary as to how to parse and process and do all these things, with the idea that in the future, this guy will make different decisions, and our text formatting is only in here, which this will eventually need like localization. So that we only have to send... Actually, should the server even care about that? Yes. Because we don't want to send... well, maybe. Because we don't necessarily have to send things that we don't see. The idea is to keep data that the client shouldn't be aware of out of the client completely, right? Because that's how you avoid people seeing things they shouldn't be able to see. You know, like a famous example is like, I think it's like the Dota maps or something like that, like the mini map where it's client enforced, so people can map hack, right? I think that's the one. I say famous example, and then I can't recall the details. But if the client isn't even aware of that state at all, then you can't read it, no matter what you do in there. You get the information you get. Clients should be kind of dumb, I think. But either we have to encode these as data that references something here, a localization file, or we have to send it from here. And I think sending it from here makes more sense to me. Then again, does it even matter? Like, I'm not going to be translating, but it's something that somebody might want. Do we even want to? Don't know. We'll just throw a note in there. I will throw myself a note here that says basically we just talked about, where all the information that is sent to the client is formatted here based on the room data that was sent to us. Filtering of what should and should not be seen needs to happen in the character when it's building the messages or the events to send to its notification channel. Yeah. That's a reasonable summary, I believe. And the same is true over here. Except for it's not NPC controllers formatted here based on the yeah. Because I'm pretty sure I really want to reuse the character class and just hang a controller off of it. That way everybody kind of follows the same rules as far as what can and can't do and how you apply things to them. That seems like a good plan to me. Okay. So now that we kind of have a refresher in our minds about what exactly we're doing in here, with the context loaded back up in my brain, this all makes more sense, I think. And I think it's probably where it's going to be for now. But that was still super valuable to me to go through that exercise. And now we have a document, right? And in fact, I don't need this. I think I might have forgotten to tidy up my local workspace here. Yeah, we merged this branch. That's okay. We can fix that real quick. Okay, there's only one now. We'll stash it. It's not even, yeah, it's not checked in. It's not added. It's fine. Hang on. I'm 99.999% certain that this is fine, but I'm going to make a copy in case it wipes it out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're still in there. As you should be. We can just commit this on main. That's fine. It's not a code. It's just a documentation. Create architecture diagram for flow of a look event. Okay. Meow. I'm going to then where are you? There you are. I'm going to go delete that duplicate before I forget. Actually, for that matter, I'm going to clean up all these old... Let me make sure. I've got too much junk floating around. I need to clean it up. You have assets which have these SVGs, yes. So you're in source control. I don't need you in my home directory anymore. You were there as a temporary place until we put you where you belonged. That project is dead. We don't care about you anymore. This is map UI screen, center frame. This is Cogent stuff, I think. That can go away. I'm not working with that anymore. That's fine. Okay. I think that's good. Much less messy. Okay. Now, what are we going to accomplish next? We're going to do... this we fixed just by replacing it with a full path. That's fine. I'm okay with that for now. Eventually we do need flags, but it's not worth my time right now. We do have some bugs to fix up really quick. That's editor stuff. I don't want to do more editor stuff right now. I want to move on to something else. We do need to fix them, but we'll get around to it. We need to basically have this. We need to give maps. Let's do that really quick because it's a small task. This is now no longer shared because we've already. Why can't I edit you? I need to click on you first. That's why, right? What? Why are you stuck in grab mode? Get out of grab mode. There. Okay. This is no longer shared because we already did this in the editor. Apps have names now. Actually, hang on. Cancel that. We already did this, didn't we? Because it was in config. And because we did strict disallow unknown fields, it became a problem where we couldn't unmarshal. Map itself, though. Does map itself... No. Okay, so there's two big incoming things. Multiple maps is going to be a big thing because we only have one map controller right now, which only controls one map. We need to figure out how that looks, and that might have some bearing on this other stuff. So that's going to be kind of a thing. Does one controller, is that sufficient for one map? Or for all of the maps? That I don't know. Or do we want to break them up? I don't think we need to. I think we can get away with just having one. They should be kind of small, you know, in all honesty. If we break them up, then we have to synchronize them somehow, which kind of becomes a map controller task. I think we kind of just end up doing like we have with characters. There's a map controller that dispatches things to the children and says, hey, run this code or run this code on you. And then we can, if we need to, I'm trying to think around corners here, basically. So, like, if you had, and we don't support anything even remotely close to this yet, but if you had, like, an instanced area, pretty common need, right? Then you'd need to be able to add instances of it to the list of maps that are running, and then take them away once they're done, right? And I don't know if we're going to add that or not. It seems like a smart thing that we probably might want. And if we can basically prepare for it for free anyway, we might as well. And then we have options in the future. It would also allow us to basically put to sleep any map that doesn't have anybody active in it. As long as we can load them fast enough, which I think we can. Currently, keeping them that way is a thing. And I think that's going to be the best use of our time, because anything else we do that touches the map may have to change based on what we do, how we implement that. So I think that's the big next push, big feature that we need. A map struct does not have... Why, internet? Why? Why you do this? It doesn't have a name yet. It should have a name. The config struct has a name, and I'm getting ahead of myself already, though. I'm just gonna... check out B. Add name to map struct. I don't know if we're going to... necessarily need it. Well, hang on. It's in the config. We have an ID under the hood. Does it matter at this level? How do we want to consume the name? Where would we want to consume that at? Okay, let's say we're spawning, and we need to know we're going to spawn into a specific zone. We don't know the ID of that from outside of the map package. Right now, when we spawn a guy... it's in character manager, right? Unstow character. Nope, that's the unstow only, as it should be, because that's what its name says. Unstow. Wait for ready. Apply damage, apply effect, remove effect, decrement effect. Active characters, add character. It has to be on ready, right? Wait for ready. Nope. Lock ya. We add your ID. Game manager must do it then. Character spawn. Yep, there it is. Okay, that makes sense. That should be a game manager thing, actually. You get called in here. I sneeze. Character spawn, because yeah, we wait until we're ready, and then we say, hey, game manager, I'm ready to spawn. Whereas for like an NPC, something else needs to spawn them. That's fine. It can still ask game manager to spawn things. That's fine. So that places character at point, which has the ID. It has the character's tags. What do we use that for? Character intertile tags. It's because we don't have access to character within either of these. So they ask for the tags for the character. When we... This character at point. Forgot we had the notion of tags on characters. So game manager, character spawn. You are aware of characters as an object, as a thing. Because game managers are aware of everybody. And that's why y'all broadcast on the message bus, so that we don't have circular imports. Yes, okay. So you... Well, no, that's not true. Because you come from the other... Okay, yes. We say, game manager, please spawn me. And then messages start to flow. Whatever, that's fine. Character tags. Character tags. Character tags. Right now only used here. You don't have tags. What was I preparing for with tags? And why do I tell the map about you? This character at point. Character enter tile. Tags. Get put into the occupant. Add occupant. Append. It's because... That shouldn't be... You shouldn't have tags, I don't think. We should be letting character resolve tags. Tags that you may or may not have should be irrelevant to map. I don't know what I was thinking with that. But I suspect tags needs to come out. Let me make myself a note. We should just pull out, you should just have an occupant ID. Character or map doesn't even know who that is. It doesn't care. It knows that that ID is in this room. When I am acting upon that, it can give me back that list of IDs. It'll end up in character manager, who can resolve those IDs against its active characters and say, hey, these are the things that are here. So we probably want, like, you know, a separate thing for objects in the room and whatever else, but map should be ignorant of it. Map. Items will be a thing too, but it should really just know that the item is there and let whoever is reading it resolve it if it cares, I think. That's what I think. Which also helps to keep our map smaller, right? We can double check. Like, map is complicated, but map is complicated because we want map to be small and simple to use, essentially, and fast, because it's big. And the less crap we put in map, the better off we'll be, I think. Tags, character enter tile, occupant. Find usages of occupant. Occupants are the list of occupants there. It's an argument for tile occupants. Okay. Parameter declaration. Add occupant. Okay. We append you. Makes sense. Instructing it. Yeah, we don't use it anywhere yet. Okay. Tile has occupants. New tile. We make a new list. In the test, we have stuff. That's fine. Add occupant. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to throw myself a... It's not really a bug. It's just more of a server thing. Map occupant struct has a tags list property. This is used when spawning a character in a room, and perhaps when placing them in a new room. However, map should not be concerned with what tags character has. Anyone curious should be pulling that information from a character, or character should account for tags if needed, i.e. if a tag, i.e. character has invulnerable tag, therefore it will not apply damage to itself. Just as like a, just to pull some kind of a thought off the top of my head. And that may be in here somewhere. We got a whole list of stuff that I've noted down, but that's fine. But to get back to where I was trying to go with this, when we spawn a character, right now we only have a location. And this is going to tie into state, because right now we just spawn you at 0, 0. Whatever you do goes away at the end whenever you log out. There's no preserved character state yet. If we have multiple maps, when we have multiple maps, we need to know what map we're spawning you into based on where the heck you were. But I think all of that can be done by ID. It doesn't need to be visible to the user. The only time it would matter is if we're trying to tell the user, hey, you just entered like this region or something. And I don't know if that matters. And that actually just raises another wrinkle, like in that line of thinking, right? To where, okay, let's say you have a kingdom. It has territory around it that's not just the city. Like if the map was named, you know, Fu City, the Kingdom of Fu. Let's say you have a thing where it's illegal to chew bubblegum in the Kingdom of Fu. If you wanted to give meaningful feedback to say, hey, if you have bubblegum equipped, you have entered the land of Fu where this is not permitted, let's just say, for silliness, right? You would want to do it on the region, not on the map name. Or you would have to have a bunch of different map names where that, so that gets unmaintainable, right? Which kind of also adds more argument against having the map care about the name of the map it's loaded. It has an ID. We've given it a name for humans. And as long as we build this thing to where like there's a route map that you load, right? When the server launches, it loads that map. And as long as we build it to where as it builds up this thing, if it encounters another, like a child map, it builds that, sets it up. Then I think we're okay. Yeah, so I don't think we care about a name. Okay, so we're just going to delete this because this has been done in the config file. It's been done in the editor. We support renaming. We're done. We're done with that. If we need to add it to this later, we can. But I don't think we do. It's the best kind of card completion. The card completion didn't require any code, right? It's been a heavily admin sort of day. Okay. I really think that now is the time. It is time to add multiple maps. I want to move this up before I forget about it. I want you to be considered sooner rather than later. And actually, that might be the thing we do first. Just yank that out of there. So we're going to yank that out. It's probably in shared, right? Textures, proxy, no. President room on entry decided to make it so. That we can worry about later. The events should have the occupants already. That we can worry about in a little bit. That we'll do later when we start tackling DCs and stuff. Because we already have a description on the state for hidden that intercepts the look event. And okay, that's later too. Break skills out. Okay, later. No support for or UI around. Whether or not stacks of it. Okay, yeah. Items package later. Database to store the state of rooms later. Worry about state handling after we have managed ourselves a little bit. That comes after that. That's something to look at later as well. Help response from help strings in config file later. Finish look functionality. Looking at items, characters. Okay, later. That's like 90% of their way there, I think. Status effect on a transit, maybe. Maybe. Oh, actually, that's game design stuff. I don't think I want to do that, but we'll leave it in there for now. I had a thought on that the other day, actually, to making the overmap more interesting. But we'll talk about that later. That'll get fired. Okay, yeah. That's right. That's the other big thing we got to do. And we'll worry about it after this. Right now, map has its own internal timer where it runs some stuff. I don't think we want that. I think we want it to run on a tick. Just have game manager say, hey, map, handle your ticks. And I think we do the same thing in the same way, because characters have their own status effect ticker, but that's going to get out of sync, and we don't want that, I don't think. We want it to just run all the ticks on a thing. I'm pretty sure. That comes later. That comes later. Later, that's beefing out status effects a little bit. What was I doing? I don't know what I was talking about there in my brain. Support Z levels. Different maps. Here we go. You are going to come up. We're going to start that process. Now, the editor... support multiple or connections to other maps. So that comes after we put it in the server, basically. Or like, not after, but like in the same change. We can do it in the same change, that's fine. But we're gonna yank this out first. And then we're gonna do those two. It's time for the multi-map extravaganza, I think. We're first check out. Remove tags from map occupants. Let's get rid of that first. You can get memonized like so. Okie dokie. First and foremost, place character at point. Doesn't care about tags, like so. You don't have tags anymore. Intertile also does not care about tags. Occupant won't have tags. It shouldn't care about them. Do we even want a struct here anymore? 17 usages, but they're in test mostly, I bet. Yeah. I'm going to take it out for now. Just a list of IDs now. How you like them apples? You... UUID of 0 length. You add occupant just the ID directly. ID, append it. I don't know why I did that exactly. Why did I break you out? I'm not sure anymore. Occupant IDs. This goes away. We don't need to return a list of you anymore. We have a list of you. Remove occupant ID. If you are that, then we snip you out of there. Perfect. Occupant IDs. This is a tile, new enter event, character notify event. Takes IDs. occupant IDs, list of IDs. But this just is now occupants. And you're not a pointer, so you'll get duplicated or passed by value. That's fine. You, same deal, leave tile. Occupants get passed in. Game manager. Oop, we got one in here still, a couple in here still. Look. Again, we just do. I don't know why I did that. That. See if the tags match. Oh. Look. Okay, hang on. Tags match occupant tags. It's part of a look system. Yeah, this shouldn't be done by the map anyway, though. I think that this was in place for the idea of like if you look human or something, it would return them. That shouldn't be a map decision. Map can just tell me who's in there. Target ID. Oh, yeah, this is retargeted look. I see. Okay, so we got a good thing we did a branch here. This will be a little bit more complicated. UID parse with the target tags. What? Look data, target tags. Oh, you know what I was trying to do? I was trying to just keep the messages in the bus smaller. But if I should be able to simplify this. You can put a look event in. Okay. If it just returns the state, that's small enough, I think, because it'll have like lists of IDs of things, and then the character decides what's up. But to do this correctly, the correct answer, I think, is just to return the whole state of the room. And then let character worry. Okay, so we got to think about this, though. If I... want to broadcast this. So yeah. So this really just needs place you at a point. Look, target tile. Defaults to room look. All of this would come out. Place character at point. Character tags comes out of there. This is just occupants. I don't know why I was doing this. This shouldn't be. I do know why I was doing this. I just don't know why I thought this was a good idea. Shouldn't even be called look anymore. This should be like get room state. Is what it should be. Exclude the strings, refactor. I don't even care, I'm just gonna YOLO it. A room data, location, message, short, long, exits. Message. What does message have? Occupants, list of IDs. So we end up just doing character notify event. Well, hang on. We gotta pipe this back, right? Get room state. Handle event. Whatever the look event is. Look just returns the room state. So we got to also think about no. We have a move event, we can have like a add item, a remove item, that's fine. That can sanity check and place things and take them out of the room. Should map no. No. We'll let whatever is doing the looking resolve. Resolve what to do with it, right? So if you're looking for an item, then you're going to get a list back. You're going to ask the item manager what those things are. Or do I just put pointers in the map? Then the map needs to know about things like character manager. Or not character manager, but character. Which is where we wound up into having some troubles in circular imports. Which is why we switched to IDs. But we don't necessarily want to have to, like, store in memory what every single item is for a fast lookup on them. And also we need to think about, like, the notion of an item as a thing that could exist versus an item that does exist in the world and probably needs an ID as a result of it that is different. You know, what is one candlestick and another candlestick? What's different about them? They're the same object thing, so they need like an ID for the present item to think about that, right? So if you have two candlesticks in a room, then it needs to store two IDs that are separate, but that resolve. Okay, so items probably need to be pointers in the map when we get there. But then if you take them, that pointer goes away. But there shouldn't be a circular import because an item doesn't care where in the map it is. It doesn't know anything about that or need to at all. Characters don't either, but they have a state that... Okay, there's another thing to think about. So characters have a state. And we don't want... part of that is like tags. So like, okay, if your tag was invulnerable or something like that, and you're looking at the invulnerable person, which is kind of a weird example, and I don't know if that would come up, but and then the state ends. That's why map was returning things. Messages directly. Because once we fire back the look, that's in queue to get sent to whoever. Because it's synchronous, right? Hang on. New character notify event. New event, synchronous action. So, we gotta consider like two cases here. We do want to know the state of it as it was when we got to there, but character look. Everything just uses synchronous action. I'm dumb. If execution type is default, we get you from here. A look event is async. Notify character is async. Okay. Those get dispatched immediately. I'm overlooked that lookup. This does not get added to queue. This gets sent directly. Look gets sent. This is that way. Look action is async and sent to register handlers for that action map immediately. And the same is true. This isn't. This is broadcast, but it doesn't go through here. It's sent directly. Character notify is async and sent to immediately. Right? Triple check myself now. Character look. Character notify, rather. Character notify. Event type. Notify character is an asynchronous action. Notify event, character notify. Wait. Event type. Back to map here. New character notify event. Game events notify character. Why did I do that? It's private. Source ID. Occupants in room update. Okay. So. We allow that to be async. That's okay. Probably. So when you sent that look, we give you back the state of the room. Yeah, there's no fundamental difference if we do the parsing here, or the not parsing, but the filtering here, or on the receiving end. Like, even if it takes you 1,000 years to get around to notifying, it'd be the same if you got the text that said Foo is here, or if you got the text or the state and said, hey, what's this character ID? It's Foo. Great. Like, there's no difference there, I don't think. Okay. So, get room state, new character notify event. That's probably fine, except character notify, private, topic ID, occupant IDs, data. This isn't really a character notify. Like, it can still be a character notify event type. But new event, data is the interface, returns an event. It's an event, just a wrapper, basically. So that execution type is async, data is whatever goes in there. Why did I put you... Why did I do that? What else do you get used for? Enter and exit, notify. These are tests. Okay, I see. I was trying to be sort of generic about it, so that we don't have a billion different events. But in this case, I think we can make a room data. Room update. We do that. We would need to do new event, notify character, or let's see here. Could do its own type, like a room state. But then on the other side, what do we know about what's coming in? Precious little. That's probably why. Well, we have character enter and exit for that, for the type. So if we flip the script, if we just get room updates as things happen, then character needs to know if it's expecting to be getting I think this is the scuffed part that's been bothering me. So if we just do an update on the room state, that covers entering and exiting, as well as if you have just looked at the room. We refresh the state first. Do you plan to also write game client and go? No, it's in Flutter because it has. I want to give it the ability to have more UI if you so choose. But the client doesn't really play into this decision because our character notification does what we need to do with that regard. So if I know what to do with this when it comes in, when I get a room update, that's the tricky part here. We do handle character notify, but it would just be a matter of adding a room update event. Yeah, I thought I've launched the client for you. Oh, right, duh. I'm in the middle of breaking things, so I can't launch it. It exists. I've run it. Ran it earlier today, actually. When we finished building the gym and we're looking at the outputs. So we would need to have like a state or something here that says, "Hey, I'm expecting a room update," or like what is my understanding of the state of the room currently? Then we end up maintaining state in multiple places. Not a big fan of that. And because we don't want to keep opening and closing channels, we just want to do this by getting our messages about things that complicates stuff a little bit. That's why Map was doing this filtering before. This is tricky. We could use... Hey, Terrace, how's it going? You were late today, sir. Hope it's going well. Let's think here. So obviously the tags being a stale state is not... It's non-starter. It's not going to work. That's not good. But if I was to have a reference in here... Oop, if I spell correctly... That's actually fine, because we took all the references to map stuff out of the other side of the equation, being the character manager. Boy, this just gets so much easier if map can do some of the work and tell you about it. Crap. Might roll that back. In fact, we're going to roll this part back for sure. Not our architecture. This goes. Had a call with the person hosting. Awesome. I hope that went well. We're going to commit here. Update architecture drawing. We do have a switch for, or we do have resolution for async sync based on event type. The rest of this stuff we're going to chuck for a second here. Load that, yes. I don't care about this backup thing. Go away. Okay. So if we bring... If we bring characters back into the rooms... Then how do we handle, like, let's say, okay, so here's where it got messy before. If you're hiding, map knows you're there, as it should. But I have to then impose a check upon characters in here from map, get that result back. And that has to be something that happens as part. I guess that's not bad, because if we're doing a tick... Well, this is async, though, so there's that. I was trying to demo Monorepo Hub to a different person the other day, and I realized I need a demo account. Otherwise, it's hard to convince people to input their pat. Ah, right, for GitHub, right? And, like, maybe that's not the end of the world. But then we have to take each of those. So we have to pass around pointers for one. I don't like that. I like it being something we can put into the character and let the state machines go to work, right? So we don't have a stealth state machine yet, but it's a thing we need to do to where if somebody looks at you, the stealth sits in front of the normal state and it intercepts that, makes a roll. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do with that. I think the look action is fine to return a room state. But how do we differentiate? How do we differentiate between I looked at the room and I got a room state, or somebody entered? I guess, well, that's character enter, character exit. And that can have its own sort of, bearing. So we have a character look event. That, I think... Yeah. We made a character look event here, which we probably shouldn't. I guess if we just did this all as a game event character look, right? We have the topic, which is not a good name, but it's the source. Everybody gets a copy of this event that we generate. They decide how to handle it. When we do character look, I need to see new character. Nope, no events. New character look event in our helpers here. Source and target. Yeah, okay. So if I'm not the source, so when I get this thing, I say, am I the source? Cool. I'm going to get some information back. Targeted event, though. Which has a source and a target, but I don't necessarily need that. I need to tighten this up. This event system needs to be cleaned up, I think. To make it simpler. Like, what is the simplest sort of thing that happens in a room? We have a targeted event. We have generic events that happen. I had an AI call an integer a state machine. Well, that's what you get for talking to AIs. They're gonna be wrong. So if we consider a couple things, let's make some more notes. Let's do a little bit of that. We'll keep you up. We might need to refer back to you. Create a new diagram, blank diagram, create, and I'll put you in the same place, even though you're going to make that annoying backup thing. Event notes, we'll call you. So, there's a couple possibilities, right? There's a targeted event that happens in a room. Character ID as an origin. And ID as a target. And then I guess like a look or an attack, right? Which is like the sub event in what we have going on over here already, I believe. New character look event. So it's a targeted event, character look. We create a new event. It's a character look that is asynchronous. We have the type, we have the execution type, we have the data that goes inside of it, which in this case is just targeted event with a source and a target. And then over here, we know what to do about a character look. That seems wrong. It seems like that's backwards, right? The type should be a thing. And then here the character manager can say, okay, it's a targeted event. Here's the two characters I need to be involved and notified. But it's also a room event, right? To where a bystander may or may not see what's going on there, depending on what that event is. And then an enter-exit event has, again, an origin. This is where topic came from. Because it's the character doing the action. I guess we could call it originator or source. Because the same event goes to everybody. And then the character says, am I the source? Cool, I build this sort of data. Otherwise, I build different data that says, hey, you came in. This should really only have a source and room data, right? State of the room. Current state, I guess you should say. Like so, there is no item 3 currently. And then a look event would probably end up having source or an origin source, sure. So that'd still be source. This is a targeted event, or it's not, right? ID or null? Making this like a child type, right? So if we do it that way, then we can also do we'd have current state of the room in room data, right? And then we don't need target ID because this came from the targeted event. So we only need the room data. And then from room data, which has we have a room data which has stuff. Where are you? Game events room data. You have the location. I don't know why though at this point. Because this should get broadcast, right? Message. This should probably be... Well, no. Why does it have a message? I think that's like the thing that happens in the room, I believe. Unwrap room data. Character notify type. That's a test. Struct initialization, type assertion. Let's go to character. Character enter, character exit. Room change data is the room data. Yes. So we build a room event, room data. It's whatever is changed. Notify enter. Topic character notify enter. For the observers, we call notify enter. I don't know why I did it that way. This notifies everybody that's in our list of IDs. Which actually we probably don't even need. Oh no, we resolve you to the objects themselves. That's right. We pull you out of the references. Lazily starting to look for some Dart Flutter people who'd be open for a couple hours a week contract. I should be good too. Yeah. One thing I was thinking about is it's quite important for interested people to be familiar with the product and, if possible, be a user of it. So it makes sense to put ad for it inside the product. Wondering if you would have seen something like this. Would you be interested in general? Put ad for it inside the product. I don't understand that part, but yes, in general, I'm interested in that kind of thing. Let's see here. Message. What is message used for? Notify enter. Room data location. So we double check that we're still there, which is probably kind of a waste. Because at the time this... Okay, I guess no, that makes sense. Because it's async. This should be synchronous. Example, when you run git, you would see a message want to work on git. Apply here. Yes, I've seen stuff like that before. When you use GitHub, a banner apply to work for GitHub. Right. Yeah. I've seen stuff like that. To varying degrees of like discontent, I guess I would say. If it's like advertising for seeking people to contribute or something like that, then yeah. I'm not a huge fan of like Ubuntu. When you start up, they're like, hey, you could get 6 security updates if you signed up for Pro or whatever their thing is, right? Not a huge fan of that. But like, it's a minor ick. It's not like a deal breaker. I once worked for a company and they put, they had an analytics plugin that called home inside of the enterprise product, which was kind of weird, right? They used it to like offer Amazon gift cards for survey results and crap like that, which I didn't like a lot. But then one day they turned it on to broadcast an advertisement for a convention that they were doing to internal users of an enterprise product. And I was like, that's just so, that's so wrong, right? And people were mad about it. They were like, you better get this crap off of my software now. This is an internally hosted product. You shouldn't be sending my users this at all. So, like, context around there matters, you know. And that's something that, like, I think about a lot too, because, you know, of my current activities. Like, how do I spread the word without being gross about it, you know? But yeah, I'm definitely in general interested. Okay, so room exit, notify enter, for example. Notifies an entity and any connected listeners about the entrance of the entity. Any skill checks needed during this event should be done here. Payload is the event itself, which is the room event. So we notify, so that comes over, in this case, to our client handler playing game state, which gets a message. So if you're interested, you can think about Stacks or Monorepo Hub. Okay, yeah. I mean, send me some details, man. I'm happy to take a look. So build intermessage, for example. Message, yeah. Okay, so this is the message that comes with the room enter. So when we build this thing over here in map, it's going to be in move. This is all look. Move. When we create, we dispatch message, notification message, notification event. That's if we error. Tile grid. Occupant IDs. Why did I do that? I shouldn't loop through the whole map here. Do a smarter recover. Okay, so there's that. Stacked command line around a repo hub is a replacement for GitHub's repository pull request page. Right. Gotcha. So this is all still our error recovery code, right? If can transit, character leave tile. If there's not an error, we have troubles. Otherwise, character enter tile. Okay, yes. So intermessage is what we're looking at. So we're just going to go here. This transit intermessage. Okay, that's why we did that. So an enter exit event has this room data, which is things like the enter message of the transit. The other things in a room data, short description, long description. I need to... How do I put you? Okay, there we go. That's how I put you. So item 3 was short description, rooms short description, because this is what the person doing it is seeing. And then we have long description, rooms long description. And then, whoops, we have the, where was I? The exits. So that's the list of the exits. You in here. Nope, can't do that. Got to do this. After, please. Which is a list of the exit objects. Okay. So I got to rethink a little bit of this somewhere along the way here. This is not super awesome. Right. I gotta think about this a little bit. We need, let me leave myself a to-do in here for a change. To-do. Need to clean this up. It needs to be more generic, so we have fewer event types to worry about. They quickly become hard to reason about. Goal. Look/attack events have source and a target and room state. Have a source and target, and anyone in the room that should be notified of the action is. Maybe map needs to do this. Enter/exit events. Hang on. This should just be attack events. Look events, and I should break this out. Have a source and an optional target. Either look at the room or look at a character item, etc. Room update information gets sent back to the character, or room state. Enter/exit events have a source, character doing the moving, and a message. So the client knows what to display. This event is distinct from a room update event. Maybe the answer is more. I don't know. Observers are notified as appropriate. Maybe map does this. Okay. Make you actually fit. We need to clean this up. Maybe more events is actually the answer, just so that they are more discrete. But I want them to be more... I want them to be easier to reason about, but I don't want to make like a gazillion events for each different thing, right? So attack needs a source and a target, so it's a targeted event. If it's a look event with a target and then the target is null, then we can just do room data back to you. But how do we encode that into like the event system to notify you? There needs to be like a targeted event and like a room event, I think. This needs to be like a room event. It has a source. Things happen, right? Targeted event. This maybe doesn't have room data in it. It has a source. It has a audience. And then like a event, like a data struct. And then instead of using a room data, like this could maybe come out of here. Maybe we get rid of message. That's just a room data, right? And then this gets some kind of other thing. And some like stuff that we handle, right, in different ways. I think it should look like something like that. And then the response to this like an attack event type thing. What does an attack event look like? So it's already got a origin and a target. It would come with things like so this would just be like etc., right? This doesn't need that anymore. Well, I guess it would, so that we know what to do with it, right? So a look event just has, it's just a wrapper, basically, that says, hey, I have a room data in me. I exist just to be a type that you can determine what to do with. An attack event, though, like like an attack roll and like a damage something, right? So if it's an attack event, that happens. But when this fires off, these would need to generate or not room events, right? Or room event becomes a parent thing. The event in question could be a targeted event. Or it could be enter-exit event. Enter message, exit message. Like that. And I guess you'd probably want to have room state here. Because you want to display like the occupants and the exits and stuff like that, right? Short, long description, like long isn't going to come into it because when you do a look, you get the room data again. And maybe we just need to be sending room events to the characters that are in the room and let them worry about what to do with this information, right? And this room data can get updated. They don't know anything about their state, nor should they. We have the audience here. The character controller can dish out the supplemental, I guess you might call them, notifications, right? Where it can say, you know, this is who observes it. We don't need to switch on who is in wherever it went. We were looking for who was in the room, right? We don't need to do that. We don't need to double check it because this notification just came into here. And I don't know that there's any reason to have these be synchronous and asynchronous. We can just tick and let the tick handle, because we should be able to do tons of frames a second. So, here's what I think. And then, okay, so the problem comes in when we have to, in our client handler, we got to resolve, the work comes in where we got to resolve who these IDs are that are everything. But maybe that's okay too. We need to look at what other events we have. Event structs. So status effects are a thing that also happens, but that's a targeted event. So this could come with like an attack event. Or it could be separate. We could say like apply status was its own event, and that has a status. And this could optionally maybe have a status as well. If it applied a status, right? Like bleeding or something, or if it had a chance to or whatever. We could also have a remove status. And both of these would have like a status and ticks or stacks. Something like that. And then this could be like a status like an interface. Except for then we have to encode whether or not it's add or remove. So maybe two structs is better. Even though they're the same, just so that we can type switch on them. But all of that still becomes a targeted event. Target, this should be a list of IDs so that these can be AoEs or not. So how does this look on the other side of the fence? So I send a targeted event. No, I still send I just send the, I'm doing a look. Or I'm doing an attack. And then that's synchronous. So in the case of this, we check if you're still in the room data, I guess. We don't want to do this over and over. We don't want to keep querying. Or do we care? Well, no, because you couldn't leave. I mean, you could be killed in the process, but that would just change your state asynchronously within, like, as we're processing the tick. So if you attack, you hit them, they die, you fired off another attack in the same tick somehow, let's say, I don't know, multi-attack or whatever. The response back to you happens as we're processing that tick. So then it says, hey, you're beating a dead horse. Or it's not, you can't attack it, or whatever, whatever the appropriate response is. We can still fire off asynchronously and say, hey, what's here if we have to. When we're handling a targeted event. That seems chatty, though. If we know that they're async, then we can send. If they are synchronous, then we can have like a cached room state or something. Okay, yeah. So this I'm liking the way this is shaping up in my head, at least. So to do, rework the events something like below. For targeted events that are synchronous, we can perhaps cache the state of the room they are in as we go. If we have a cache hit, except for if somebody leaves in between there, then we need to invalidate the cache. Like, let's say you attack, but their leave came in first, but something else happened ahead of time. You'd have the old state, they would leave, you would attack, you're not there. Okay. If we have a cache hit, use that. Else async a message off to get room state. Well, no, because over here we have access. We have access. Okay, so that's why we're checking if they're in the same room still. Because we have access to their state, and they know where they are. So we don't have to worry about that. Rework events something like below. So, if it's a targeted event, we handle it because we're being told about it's a room event that's come in, either synchronously or asynchronously, either way. This entire box is redundant now. Yeah. This is from, okay. This is from the viewpoint of the character manager receiving events, needing to dispatch or to handle them as appropriate. During either async or sync cases, I guess we could say. Which the audience would come from whoever, in this case it's going to be map, generated this and said, hey, this guy just did this, here's who's in the room, notify them, and that'll get immediately processed. And if somebody happens to jump in, like, right then, they didn't see it, it's fine. Because they'll get processed, their movement will get processed in after that. And looks async right now, but other things would be synchronous. And look can probably stay async. I don't think it'll matter unless it does, in which case we'll change it later. Okay, so we have a plan. We have a game plan. Tag still needs to come out. We just need to rework this a little bit to be less of a mess, I think. We'll see if this sort of idea survives contact with reality as we start to go into here. Because, like, this is just a targeted, this is a attack or whatever. I guess health change is probably a better sort of name. No, it's not. Okay, so we've got some of this already, like account, this should be named like stacks or something. Maybe count is better there. Target event, yeah. Source ID, target ID. You need a child event. Character note. Okay, yeah. We're kind of close there. We just needed to really noodle down and refine it to something that's easier to work with, I think. But I'm starving, so I'm going to have some lunch. So thank you to those of you who came to hang out with me today. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. Good to meet those of you who are new. If you like this kind of nonsense, I do it roughly 4 hours a day. Obviously, today we went longer. 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So come back around tomorrow at around about 10 o'clock in the morning, Central Time. I should be here doing more of it. And I would love to see you again. If not, you guys have yourselves a great weekend. What's left of it anyway. And I'll catch you some other time on down the road. And yeah, Terrace, hit me up in Discord or something and let me know kind of what you're thinking about what you want to get done. And once I get done with my lunch,